not check if the audio is good yet, but it should be good. I already opened that folder. Yes, that's my voice. It works. Okay. But I'm probably just gonna stay muted the whole time. I should check the dashboard. Looks good. Testing the window. If I do this, oh, nothing happens. I guess I need it to be in a separate window. Pop, pop, pop. Can I name actually? I think I can name a window. Here. Name window. Soshalthing. It is named. It's not on the list though. Is that? No, that's. Did not put it in cap. I mean, it should be this though. It's not. It's this. So, so far it looks good. What I want to do right now is okay, it shows whole. Yeah. When I switch, for example, there's 3 columns there. And then if I switch to full screen, say I were to switch that to 4 columns, I want to, when I come back here, it goes back 3 and 4 and 3. Should be pretty easy to try to do on stream. Um, and I think I had some code, it just doesn't, for that, but it just doesn't work yet. Yeah, it's clearly when I open Sea Lion. Uh, seems better. Might be when I open the new file. So if it's just that, then it should be okay. Otherwise, I can probably switch to VS Code. So, be um, so if I'm loading it from the storage, then it's hard set. And what I want to know is when I'm telling between the two. No, when I'm drawing the timeline. Container, match display mode. If it's single, then I should in timeline container. Container, that's good. Column count should use the column count from the display mode. It's just print line. Sanity check. Uh, this good. So this list. I said I'm muted because I'm whistling and I'm not right now. So might as well. It doesn't even show. Um, it's chugging a lot when it's when it's building, but it's pretty slow actually. Hopefully it's not that bad every time. How was I doing yesterday? Oh, and not yesterday, last time. Um, 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 there was a problem where if there was no thumbnail and I updated to a thumbnail, it wasn't redrawn, so it just stayed invisible. So here, column, it's not using it at all. So files should be careful actually because my mic quality goes to abysmal level when it's lagging. Blah. I'll try and listen. Actually, feels not that bad. But control it. Here, voice, listen. Yeah. The question is, if I go here, blah blah, blah blah blah. Yeah, we can hear the back. Let me just mute that. You can hear the background noise pretty hard, so that's not very good. Blah blah. Oh, no, okay. Here. It is much better. So I just have to shut up. What? Okay, mute. Put it back here. I just have to shut up when the PC is lagging, and try to at least as possible. Where there's nothing I need to be careful of in the build log. Shouldn't. Maybe don't want to show the proxies, but the building in itself isn't the problem. So we were going to timeline, and I'm not on it yet. Okay, doesn't look too bad yet. It did. So here, create. Probably when I hold the CTX props column prop. Yes. Ah, the timeline is not recreated from scratch, I suppose. Uh, I wanted to close Steam just in general, but that shut down V2CU. That wasn't a good idea. There we go. A lot is not going great. What does that do? Code inside and background tasks are disabled. This should help, I suppose. I hope it's not lagging as much. Actually, I could add that in the chat. How about you? Yeah, let's put the like thing. Garbage code. Power save mode does seem to help. Yes, went only to 57 frame. It's pretty good. Um, if I reload, it works, but um, it doesn't do them. Like it looks like I broke. um, this shouldn't be affected by the column count. It like the main when I go in full screen, it doesn't full screen anymore. Uh, Yeah, it considers itself full screen. And why do I see other timelines to the left? You can probably show that. There's no, maybe I shouldn't be on here. There, this, there. There's nothing weird. Can probably boot, show this. Um, okay, is it just a coincidence? Why they're not confused? That's normal. We hide this. Frames aren't dropping. That's nice. That's normal. Like this. And then you see the one draw here. And then if I go full screen, I it does not. Right. Okay. Yeah. I just have this because I'm stopping the redraw. if it did not change. Okay, yes. Okay, I'm pretty confident that's the fix. Still not lagging. That's great. I think. I hope. Speaking of, reset the miss frames because it's been in the red for a while. Actually, I don't know if I don't know if the picture-in-picture thing is a bad idea. I assume like it's gray legally. Like in general, I shouldn't show any footage of copyrighted material and stuff. But I think like it's completely garbled by blocking most of it, and since you're not hearing the music, like you can't come on the stream to see that video instead of going on YouTube. That's completely useless. So I think it's should be okay. It's just to give context on why my head is bopping and why the stream is muted and stuff. Yep. This is like this, and then if I zoom, it goes good. Wait, does it? Yes, 3 columns. I can even go in single column mode. I should be able. I might not be able. Um, yeah, okay. The everything that's overwritten is not overwritten. Lib, if single, then we overwrite the key, the main timeline. I suppose. Not sure why this doesn't change though. Does it? It does. Hmm. And then container and column count, that's the only ones. That's odd. Is it because it's still not lagging? Right. Is it because in props I'm not comparing main timeline? Or not so much? And we can't see anything because there's a big Chrome window in front. Um, put that here, I suppose. That's already much better. Let's hide it like this. Oh, it's the same song. So yeah, it's because I'm just um, column count can be local, container bin can be local, but you can't change main timeline from the center. So, okay, that makes sense. Basically, bam bam. And container. And that first. Mm, that change at the same time. Put that together. Actually, I wonder if I can deconstruct. Nah, it's not worth it. Actually, I'm not sure if it's expensive. Nah, it's just, yeah, reference returned. That's an interest. Oh, we can't see most of the build log. There's nothing special in the files. So I can probably show this. Ah, what's happening? Can I move that out? It did not like it. What happened? Why is Sea Lion? Did not delete it? Probably moved it to an hidden. Yeah, there we go. Um, modifying transforms from inside groups is not very. Also, I can. Let's just exit studio mode at this point. There's nothing special top left. This is pretty obvious. There's no social security number. Yeah, should be good. Crank that here. Crank that here. Yeah, looks good. So that is done. Mem. Yeah. I boot that. This works out. Then if I go in, let's say row, I can show this. I can try to show it doesn't work because the sea lion is here, so I should put it there. And then Chrome window is all the way over here for no reason. And what about what happened? There. Yeah, windows are pretty folders are pretty annoying. Let's just dissolve this. I did not expect what happened. Transform reset. Move them all in the art folder again. Get out. There we go. This goes here. This goes there. This is here. So, if I toggle this, if I tab to, yeah, there's 4 columns here. And then if I go back in normal mode, there's 3 columns and they're like all stacked together. But if I go back here, shouldn't I be? If I'm in column mode here, there's a single column. And then if I zoom, we're back to masonry. What? because I'm overriding the value every time. So I'm eating the up. Also, I'm a switch sound. Tuck, tuck. What I could do is, if I'm on main timeline, I use the CDX props, and then that should allow me to get rid of this. When we create it, we want to use this. That's good. So let's add some getters. Yeah. I need to give props. Yeah, I need to. Or like main timeline. No. Ah, the headphones are dying. Here, there, here, there. There. Then, doesn't help because it's just faster to type. Good, but there. So that. Oh yeah. Perfect. Same for column count. Pop up. Column count is a U8. Replace all this with the container. Ah, that's interesting. Uh, that's interesting. If do I have access? Yeah, I have access to context. Yeah. That something, which sure yet. I have a button set main timeline. I guess let's just set sure it's content, and then article view right now is only to the timeline, but this should update. hash code. Probably what I want to do. Shift F6. Wait, no. Very bad. Very dumb. Want to update in the actual state. Is it lagging there? Not at all. It's really the inside that's breaking everything. Actually, I don't. Like, I'm fine in power save mode all the time, I suppose. Is it that heavy? Yeah. Because I use timeline props, not timeline itself. I'm dumb. No, but we can still looking for. That's interesting. This is not a separate window, but the search file uh, dialog is a separate window. Should probably set myself some video cue. Should I? No, I never do that. Why? Why now? But now I. Okay, I can clear the queue. Da, 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 da. This works out pretty good. Let me just compile, see where it breaks. Oh, right. Those messages don't exist. Main timeline. Message. I am blind. Oh, because I'm calling the timeline agent, not timeline itself. And I'm doing that update. Actually, everything's pretty here. Response. Uh, Probably update display mode with something. Da, da, da. Don't care. If let yes. Self-link response time and container. Display mode. Okay, right, there's no. Normally it would like try to tell me what method to write, would suggest stuff to do, but it does not. And that's what's putting my PC to its knees normally. Oh. Which probably means I need to compile to know if it works or not. But who cares? I suppose that if we're doing the set main container, that means we're in single display mode. But I don't have the current. So yeah, let's just make a bunch of messages. Set main container. set main column down. You eat. Pata pata. Why set main container? Ah, right. Yeah. Um. Pretty good. Pretty good. Set main column down. Response. That means in lib there has to be a message. Timeline agent response. Agent response set main container. The mic picks up a lot of that. I wonder if it's completely garbled. If I listen to my voice, blah blah blah, and then I go, um, what's it? Something I can type. To be fair, I can't hear if it sounds good or not because the keyboard in real life makes more sound than I can hear in my ears. So I'll just have to hope that it's not unbearable. Here's set main time. I can remove this. Don't care anymore. I should assume that main timeline is set. Oh no, right. The main timeline is already there. So if oh, container, who cares? Equal self that display mode. And then we do true. Or we only do true. I got bitten for that earlier. Um, if the display mode is good, if the display mode is already single, we update it, we redraw. If the display mode is default, I'm gonna print a warning anyway, and then I don't want to redraw because who cares? And if the warning is there, it's not supposed to happen anyway. Else log 1. Then can I do container equal then equal reference plop paste column count blah 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 blah. Save. Yeah. Oh right, all the things I haven't changed. Okay, the go to line number is a separate window. That's so weird. View container. Indeed. Why doesn't assume? Ah. So if you have a method and a field of the same name, the method um, you can't access the field directly. Well, that's a problem though. Hmm. I mean, let's just keep going. Oh, and I want to slap context in there. Column count is at 582. It should not work. That makes no sense. 646. Actually, I can just copy paste that parentheses. 665. 259. Oh, right. Let's just save here. Here. Does that work? That's weird. So I can assign values because we do self contain in method. Oh. Oh, okay, I did rename. Okay. Right. I'm done. Yeah. I thought I pressed the renaming. So still looks okay. I have to make sure there's no weird tweets before I show this. Every time. So this is good. And then I suppose technically it could be bad if there was like protected tweets and I was showing them that I don't really follow anyone protected. Well, and yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Um so what speaking of which I should probably do a put a little emoji if it's protected. Which I should take that note. Show protected icon. There. Wait, reload that. So now, did I? I'm surprised it worked on the mutable reference thing worked. I usually get that wrong. Um, so if I go in column mode, let's say, and then say I were to do, no, I'm going full screen. Should go back in masonry full column. If I go back, should be single column. Yay! Um, did I forget to do something in the message? Here, we send or we overwrite. Yeah, that's good. Functional code. Commit that. Um, fixed display mode option not being used. Next. I'm something nice to do on stream. Um, so I don't know what that is. Um, let's go back in masonry. Right now, that you see the timestamp. Do you? Probably not. Actually, I could have gone in single column mode, I suppose. It shows 6 minutes. That's good. 37 minutes. Um, here 1 hour. That's fine. I don't. The technically could go a few seconds, but it's hard to find an example of that. But if it goes above, I think days or weeks, um, I hard coded it too long ago. For that, I need to confirm what's the usual thing on Twitter. I suppose it's just like 23 des 2021 or something. So let's do that. Do I have it? Yeah, here too. It's long ago. Hide this. This should be. Oh, yes. Does that like? That's odd. Here I can search for a file and it works, but without power save mode, it just works. That's weird. So social, which is the whoops, the current Twitter like view for each tweet is social, whereas you can actually show that. Can I show that? Chrome, where are you? And there it is. Um, whereas I have a view only for showing media. That is weird. It that's a new thing. I think I broke something. It is not updating. I did not add a change on the timeline. Yeah, there's no change. There should be a set article view. Yeah, I don't see what it could be at first. There should be a set article view. Control. Change article view. Yeah. Self article view equals C. Redraw. Here we use self article view. Why doesn't it do anything? Oh, okay. I suppose it was redrawing the whole time. Anyway, the the redraw lag is some fix I'll have to do. Probably put the processing in a web worker or something, just to make sure it's not on the main thread. I don't know. Sounds like a pain. So if I'm social mode and then I wait, I suppose. Do I? Or is it just not redrawing for some reason? Might just not be redrawing. I don't see why it would break out of nowhere. What changed? If I change the column size. Okay, no, that's completely borked. What? What? Okay. Um, surprising. If I go in articles, it's probably it's not key the problem. Like because I'm not changed that like worthy of redrawing or something. Even then, um, um, um. So right, I'm in articles. That's not where I want to be. Component props article view. It's there. Yes. Mm-hmm. View props. Yeah, I don't need the article view here because that's legit the article view. mm. Can I reload? Maybe. See, now it's in social. I go in gallery mode. Something is not redrawn. Debug mode, time mode, yes. Words. Not bug because the uh, WebAssembly on Rust doesn't have some nice debugging features. Uh, well, in general, there's no source map, so I can't put breakpoints properly. I would have to dig inside the assembly type stuff, and it's pretty ugly. So for now, it's only log debug. Drawing timeline. Pum pum pum. Drawing article. Here, I suppose in debug mode. Context. Yeah, I didn't add the debug to it. I am fully going to forget to hide the social thing window all the time. At this point, who cares? You can see most of the code. Ah, I forgot to go to the mail today, and actually I bought um, some snacks over Amazon. Yes, and they should be over there. So it might take like a couple minutes to get them. Yes. Well, there it's all dried stuff, so it's not that important. But yeah, I want to refresh this. Drawing timeline makes sense. Articles, social. Hide this. I'm not sure. That's one of my tasks. Remove the. It's because it's starting to fetch a service worker, and I think it's because it has a different app on local 8080 has a service worker registered, and this one does not, but it still tries to get it. Shit, that feels like a Chrome bug. Anyway, gallery. Yeah, it's not redrawing the articles. It's probably not redrawing the container either. So that's bad. I'm in masonry. Look at the props. I do get the article view, and I do compare the article view. Tip up drawing container. It's just sanity check. If it's being redrawn, then there's no problem. So, no, CTX pops. Article. Not found in this scope. Oh, right, because it's a method. That's how I can look at the uh, look at Sea Lion through OBS while I wait over here. Um, actually, No, it's not practical because I can't see it because I did. Anyway, that just got used to. Well, no, it's fine. Mem here. I should do unit tests for this or integration tests, but it's maybe another time. And it does redraw the container. That's interesting. I had a similar problem the other day, and I think I added a component for that. Component. It was really annoying. Well, yeah, basically this wasn't read on yet for some reason. Let me hide this. For some reason, the view needs at least a wrapper. This one. Otherwise, when changing article, come on. It draws everything in reverse order. No, okay, no, it's something different. But that's odd. I suppose if I change the key, no, if I change the article view, I need to redraw everything anyway. So there's no point in that. So I can like format that my on except props. Nah, call view. Blah 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 blah. We can add a sharp. Nah, it's a key. Who cares? That's interesting. Oh, actually, what I planned on doing today, the emoji thing. I have to emoji has a um parser which just looks at the text in an element, and if there's an emoji, it replaces it with a anchor with an image of the to emoji, and that doesn't work with the virtual DOM in general because we're deleting elements that the virtual DOM is trying to keep track of. So I need to redo it on this instead. So here, gallery, come on, why? That's so interesting. Uh, wait, I. Oh, right, yeah, the key shouldn't be in the elements. I think I confirmed that the key is important inside the container and not. Well, I don't want to. Oh, come on. Actually, I could go for some Undertale music in the background. Um, but if I want it to loop good, I'm going to have to go to Twitter, not through YouTube. And what song should I get? Snowden is pretty nice. Standing. 15 minutes is not. Hola. The setup is quite different, so I hope not much is borked. For example, at first, I'm pretty sure um, every time I was compiling, the frame rate was going to 40, 30, and my voice must have gone garble. But in power save mode, I think it's better. So I was about to put on some music. I think here. It's not working. Is it because... Oh, my headphones are too high because I was doing the internship thing earlier. There should be music. Yeah. So my question is, why are they drawn here? What happened? Why is it working out of that? Here. And I switch to gallery. Must have redrawn them for some reason. Oh yeah, my point was here. The key is worthless over here because it's not in a container. And I should move that to the container. Yeah. And article view. Shouldn't clone it twice. Article view. This. Then I'll have to do it for each. Because that's beautiful code. Article view. Save. Is there music in the background? Someone is playing the strongest bass ever. I barely hear any sound in the apartment usually, and I hear a faint top, 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 which probably means their apartment is shaking like completely. Yes, there's Russ currently. It's nice that you can see I like these parts. I suppose if you're all zoomed, if all screen can see it. I wasn't sure if how much I had to zoom. Yes, that's Rust currently. The program is except like I have small content script which to load stuff on JavaScript, but otherwise I'm able to go full Rust. I suppose Kirby must like be like the base must be heavy enough to go through Montreal as a whole. I'm constantly worried like that a weird tweet will pop up. I never know. So I didn't reload. I know. I should probably change the timelines and show someone's Twitter to make sure, but at the same time I'm not even showing them. Here. So if I go here, switch it to gallery. Yes! Okay. So my point was, I have two modes: social mode, where it looks like a Twitter, uh, it looks like a tweet in general, and gallery mode, where it only where it only shows the images, and videos and everything. And where I was before that is I don't remember what I was trying to fix. Oh yes, I was about to work on tweaking the timestamp, but the timestamp isn't used in gallery mode. Then I don't remember what conclusion I had from this. To commit. Good. Maybe the bug looks. No. Component, containers, mud. It's good. Fixed. Article view. Drawing. Was component, I suppose. No, it's only a social thing. Yeah, I go in social. Oh right, then I was saying social, and I wanted to explain why I said social instead of component to something. In that method, if it's smaller than 1 second, then just say just now. Here, I'm not gonna show the milliseconds since when the tweet has come out. If it's less than 60 seconds, then show seconds. If it's less than 3060 minutes, then bam bam. And then if it's more than that big number, I hard coded it too long ago, and now I need to format it. Multi breaths. All right, because I can't just. Actually, I don't know. I need to. I can probably do it on the same window. Here? What am I looking? Yeah, here. Yes. And then websys date. For convenience. So if I get the month, it shows me a U32. That's not useful. I want the month in like Jan, Feb, Mar. And I don't think I get that. This month, in terms of string in general, actually. Okay, the clicks aren't registered. Date string, no. ISO string, no. JSON, local time. Yeah, there's no real formatting code, so I have to do it by hand. So let's add that month. Oh, that was a... Okay. No, that's still fair. Get month, actual date, time since, date. Go get date, get month. We saw that was a get mod rate under U32, which... Why U30? Yeah, because JavaScript in general. Probably from 0 to 12. And I would hope. Month U32. Actually, it's gonna be a hard-coded string. Web, social thing. It's just gonna be a big copy paste. Probably in current brefs. Actually, I don't know how to do static array. Put it at the top, not even. Just put it here. Static mon brefs, and then 12 static string. Not sure if that works. Then commas are like Java commas. Quotes. No, comma is at the bottom. Apostrophe? Yeah, apostrophe. Why I did not like that. Champion 9. Wow. Annoying. And let's change this to this. And then let's do this. Yeah, it's not being very cool. Do it manually. Quotes in general don't well with fast editing. Batch editing? I don't know. There, wow, go. And yeah, pick that actual date, that get month. And start with this. You need to put the year too. It's not actual. Suppose there's a year method too. Control save. Of course. Static annotated lifetime here. Please remove. Wait, though. Rust static string. Yeah, it won't give me what I want. Can I do static string array? Can I create a static array of strings? Nowadays you can write it without indirection through a pointer. Oh, it's because I'm dumb. Basically, the type. I rarely use plain arrays, I think. Yeah. Slice, indices. Yeah. What's the pronunciation of index in plural? Why did it switch song? Do I want to stay in Snowdin? How about Land of Hopes and Dreams? Nah, it's a bit too hype, but Autumn Forests or something like that. It's a pretty nice song. Is it? Autumn Forest? It's not. Delta Ring. No, or some Forest? I don't know. Yeah, Scarlet Forest. 10 hours, I think I should be good. Let's go good. And put it to loop. Who knows? So yeah, type goes first, that was good. Next, I need a U string. Let's just cast it to U string. 32-bit is like guaranteed. Method not found. Okay. What? Okay. There's no get here. Get full here. Okay. Indeed. Height. Ah, someone went on a retweet spree. How does that look? There has to be stuff from more than I'm not even looking properly. Actually, I should look at my retweets. Or my likes. Can I do... I should be able to set that as a main timeline. It's gonna do a nice 4-column. Nice. So, actually in general, I should just show this on stream. Then I won't be worried. Except all I retweet is from not long ago. So I can sort. Please. I fetched a bunch of... The PC is dying, but the scrolling works really well. I did fetch it. There you go. Now the PC should die. Right. I want to sort that by... Didn't I fix this? Probably in filters. Yeah, if I do in... Yeah, I added a new filter, a new inverted filter. And I think I should do the same thing for the sort method. New method and like sort method and sort... Yeah. Nah, that makes less sense, I guess. So, date, reverse chronological. but actually I want it chronological, the oldest to the newest, and PC is dying a bit. I suppose that should be worrying, but at the same time I don't feel like trying better stuff. So this, for example, January 2, then if I go to link, it's from January to 2022. It's good. That works. Yay. The code was already there, so I was just copying it in Rust. Actually, formatting long proper date format. And since it's been a while, from that, I highlight it. Does it show on string? No, it doesn't. But it shows a full, like it just puts the date to string, so it goes Sunday, January 2, 2022, 10, 17, 12, GMT -5, etc, etc. But that's good. Can put that. Actually, I can probably move to-do list here. There's nothing fancy. Yeah. Nothing worrisome. Fixed timestamp is done. I'm less enthusiastic. That should be what I should be working right now. What's next? Endpoint setting model to modify filters. It's pretty simple to do. Yeah, let's do it. Hide this. Articles, timelines, gonna be in the models folder. Points. Copy paste. The inside is really chugging, like it really takes a lot of stuff, I guess. Paste the whole thing. Hide the message, delete the messages. Enable the S title ref. No? Yes. Why? Add timeline. Why do I save this? Oh yeah, title, the timeline title. Yeah. Endpoint, actually that's exactly down. Agent, that's not what we're doing right now. Back no. Can I do empty props? I'm gonna talk directly to the endpoint agent. Yeah, should be good. So I don't need. Point agent though. Probably gonna cache the endpoints. Yeah, it's more annoying than I thought. It's gonna do soshalthing bridge. Agent or something. The lack of insight feels weird. And I suppose points is gonna be you is a thing that I coded. Yeah, so in a hash map of endpoint ID the endpoint view. Then endpoint. No, okay, right, let's do it. Map new agent no. Here endpoint agent endpoint agent dot bridge ctx, yes, dot link dot message endpoint response that and then use a probably services. Yeah, there's no, I guess that's a bit weird. Endpoints. How about the sidebar, which I think is the one that uses the endpoint view. Blah blah. Endpoint response. Get state. Yeah, I suppose I should do that. Mine was the whole line. Now that I think about it, I basically already have an endpoint menu. Here, speaking, here I have a menu to activate and deactivate the auto refresh on each, and that's basically my endpoint menu. And already, yeah, what I was trying to do is, I added filters per endpoint. So, endpoint in general is like you have the home timeline endpoint, you have the search endpoint. So I can create multiple search endpoints, and basically a timeline, it has endpoints connected to it. Here, please. Yes. Has the user timeline here, and when I refresh, it get the tweets from that endpoint. So I can, like here, set them to auto refresh over time, which it's not the case here, but it's the case on the other one, every 90 seconds. Yes, I should format this, it's not great. So I added filters because I want to fetch tweets, but I just want to discard the ones that don't qualify on the filter. And currently when I load the saves through this local storage session storage, local storage, I add the filters there. Technically I don't have any menu to add filters in general. I can only, they're only added through the local storage, yeah. And I want to be able to remove them at least, and probably add them after that. Ideally, I should be able to add them directly here. New endpoint. Yeah, it would be pretty easy to add here. I'm just gonna add that to the to-do. Add endpoint filter to add. Choose endpoint. But my goal is to be able to delete them. To just in case. Then sidebar and point options. It'd be nice if I formatted that better, but for now, technically I have a filter drop down in timeline. I should reuse that code. But how reusable is it? Filter. Remove that. Yeah. Callback. Toggle filter enabled. Technically I would put that another probably function component. It doesn't have state. I'll have props, so I would need to use functional component what was it? Yeah, I could do an annoying version of it by passing a bunch of callbacks in the props. Yeah, let's do that. What is... oh, though, it's only the selector that I want. So here, for each filter... no, I can't collapse this. Each filter, we add a blah blah blah. And then I suppose this... yeah. And after that, I have a drop down for new timelines, and that's what... so... add filter, view add filter, let's call it that. Go in the filter cell, at the bottom, public function, view add filter. We're gonna put a bunch of callbacks here. What's the difference between a component and just a method that returns HTML? It is that you can pass properties to it, and then it's conditionally redrawn based on those properties. And also there's methods and a bunch of general context stuff. Do I need props? Not really. Do I need context? Not really. So let's start with a method. I can hide this window. I can try to hide this window. What happened? Yeah, there, this, that. This is terrible formatting. Let's start with my point is like compile debug our way through. Endpoint options. What is all this? That's... wow, that's pretty bad. If it's auto refresh, okay. Okay, it's just view auto refresh. I was lost for a moment. View rate limit, that's what I want to modify. And then I suppose I should add a new method. Or not? Yes. Just split the code. View filters. There we go. Self, probably context. Probably endpoint then. For now, let's just add that. Over here. For this. Yeah, the lack of suggestion feels kind of an hand anti-kappa. Feels kind of... I'm not sure. Yeah, a word. I can't find it. It should be in timeline, then filter, then this timeline. Save. It won't work, of course. Mainly because there's a bunch of DTXU here. filters. That's all it complains about. Yeah, because that's in the whole macro, so it can't parse the thing. Drop down label, good. Suppose I should get drop down my line. Drop, 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 drop. Component, drop. I don't think I need font option for this. Drop down label, text, new filter, yes, filter, good. Blah blah. On click, add filter, add callback, call filter, bool, probably. Is that a thing? No, I think I should need to put it in the double. I actually need to break. And then we want to add callback. On click. That's not quite it. Not quite right. Can I create a callback out of nowhere? That's a good question. The X-link. That method. I have callback passive. But that would not work anyway. Yeah, we really don't see the shoulders. It looks like a head in a pot or something. I'm in a method. I want to send a callback. I need to pass a method that takes mouse event and that calls the callback. No, not a method. I need to pass a callback. What does callback do? Callback returns a callback. I need to give it a callback. And that callback takes a mouse event and then returns the message. This. Alright. Passive into. What is passive? None. Option. Fair. RC new closure. Yeah, that sounds like a pain. Should I put it in a component then? I should put it in a component. So let's do some more Googling. Q docs. Also, I think after this task, I'm going to go take a snack. Or a food. Mostly a food. Function components. Predefine hooks. Use state. No. Ref node reducer effect. What is this called? A callback is a message that we add to the scheduler. But I shouldn't think too hard about this. Can probably just pass closure that takes okay. We could probably pass a closure that takes the mouse event and just discards it. I was in filters. Let on add normal equal probably bugs. New I probably need to type this stuff. There are notifications on the iPad, but I only see like 1 inch horizontally of it, so I can and then add callback. That would need to be moved. And okay, now I kind of come back. Not here. Scope? Yeah. What does this do? Returns function directly. Yes. And here we take scope. Who cares? Closure. Let's output equal function. Send message that like send. And then it just creates the callback out of nowhere with the scope. So what's yeah, I kind of want to give up again. Callback, yes. No up. So no up. Return that thing. Fair. I could create it once. Now I still need to pass an RC and that's not fun. Well, it's not fun, I just don't want to step in that side. Why is it so hard? I need to call back, which takes this method, which and not once, which takes the that's a filter. That takes mouse event. Then I do add callback. Probably that in parentheses too. Parentheses too. And then add still the same thing. Here. But put true. Okay. Let's just see what that gives. Expected. I'm done. Cool. This whole thing. Oh, right. put it in a fragment. In dynamic, yeah, I need to put it in the box. Alright. Well, I suppose. Should other Fs? Yeah. Alright. Okay, that surprisingly worked really good. Um, Get filter add this one add callback. Choose a box new something that takes filter and filter and inverted, which returns ctx that link up well whatever we had earlier. Yeah. Which means that yeah, let's see the braces. Filter inverted. Yes, yes. Move this here. Here. Just dunk that in. And then we do something similar. Bar. Endpoints. Options. You filter. At this point I can just nest it in, but who cares? Let's add the filter. Endpoint ID. No. Dot ID? There. Yes, there's an ID. And that's a message. I need to add it here. Add filter. Endpoint ID. What good? Not filter and bool. That's the whole other kind of, well, it's probably just sending a message to the endpoint agent. Add filter, endpoint ID, filter inverted. Now, if end agent timeline load the local storage, blah 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 blah. The endpoint. This is sent to this here. Let's just see where this is used. Can I do Alt F7? I cannot. Yes, I can. Here, or endpoint to this is collect, find, good. E. What? Storage. That's a bad name. Can I just call it endpoint? I'm gonna call it endpoint. Serialize. At least that's descriptive. So serialize, get service params, auto refresh. Filters, there it is. So that's in the timeline endpoint wrapper. I was dumb. I did not remember that properly. So services, endpoints, please. Endpoint agent, I guess. That's where I was. Endpoint. That's a beautiful architecture. If I don't remember what's in what. Endpoint info. That's okay. It's special. I have an endpoint info and an endpoint view. No, that makes sense. So my point is endpoint agent, which I really want to be above the shebang. Endpoint agent. Endpoint is a map of endpoint info. Endpoint info is an endpoint and the interval. Yes, because endpoint itself is a trait object, so I did not want to add the interval to that trait object. So yeah, I did not add the filter to endpoint. I added the filter to the timeline collection of endpoints, which is still handled by endpoint agent, I think. Yes, that's the that was the point. Timeline has a reference to it just to be able to release the endpoints, I think, but it's a structure that endpoint agent has to be able to, when it's asked to refresh, fetch the right endpoints and get tweets from them, tweets or other articles. So we have endpoint here, point info, we have timelines here, timeline ID, then I don't remember what this is and that's not great. It's a call. I have a callback. Okay, yeah, okay. So when I refresh, endpoint agent has a callback to respond. Oh right, because I refreshed the endpoint specifically. I can refresh the endpoint separately from the timeline. So if I refresh an endpoint, I'm looping through every timeline that has that endpoint and giving them the articles. So I need to store that callback. That makes sense. So basically, this was a weak fact. I need to put some type aliases on those things. Actually, that would be a good task to try and do. So I have a weak reference because the timeline is the one who has that reference, but the main point is that I recently changed the big endpoint collection to a vector of endpoints, and so that wrapper structure has the filter, which is basically mean I have a filter per endpoint. That's true, but it's not stored on the endpoint specifically, it's stored on the timeline endpoint wrapper. So I can't do it through the sidebar because the sidebar doesn't care about the timelines. It only lists the endpoints themselves. So that needs to be an option on the endpoint. So I do need to go add that to choose endpoint finally. So basically, the task I added earlier is what I should be doing. Show endpoint options. Let's move here. Let's go on timeline mod. Blah. Let's go on add filter. Let's call it add endpoint filter. No, yes? That should be endpoint actually. Okay, I have no idea what that method name means. Component refresh time endpoints? It's the component prefix that's puzzling me. Like, here I'm showing all the endpoints for the start refresh time. Here it's for the unrefresh refresh time. But what does component mean? Probably did not think when I was doing it. Let's delete that and regret later. So here, new endpoint drop down. That's interesting. Endpoint drop down being this. No, existing drop down, I can't read. Here we list all the endpoints. Okay, and this is to add one. Speaking of which, new endpoint. This is pretty bad, but basically it returns a button, so I should still put it. Let's put this here in the meanwhile. I think that I added this here. I think I want to add those two to a block. What does it look like? I haven't touched UI. Choose. No, it's called change. That's pretty bad. Actually, that's something I can fix right now. Timeline. Points. Change endpoints. Choose endpoints. Change endpoints. So here, already in an addition. Great for both existing. Existing drop down, new endpoint clone. I'm slightly puzzled by what I was doing here. Anyway. Okay, right, yeah, this is pretty bad. This should be under this, I believe. Or no? No, this is for start. So this is good, and just existing endpoints is not drawn, I suppose. If... yeah, else it's an empty... okay. Right, yeah, I get them. This makes sense. Actually, the main confusion... this... it was here. I think. New endpoint that clone. Why clone? Just dunk it there. And what I was trying to do is, if it's an existing drop down, then I want a button to add. But if it's a new endpoint form, none, fresh time, new endpoint. Okay, that's the button. Okay, that could very be renamed to create platform, it's called. Otherwise that's a bit confusing. And I think I had a to-do to name that because I have to add the endpoint, create endpoint, new endpoint, endpoint form. It's weird. Here, if the form exists, then if the form is refresh time, then this, else dump it. That's where we draw the form. That could very much be in, in its own method. Wow. That's also, yeah, especially if that's all in HTML, then this is a bit annoying to code. But services, yeah, that's where I draw the params. Add button, create for both. So that's where I want to add my filter stuff. What? Add new filter. Nah, I could do better than that. View endpoint filters. Well, no, just filters, because the whole file is endpoint based. And then it's for the current form, so I don't need to pass any parameter except context, except self. Yeah, view filters, self, at this point I need to print the same thing as here. And view timeline option, the view filters options. So actually this whole thing can go here, which probably means that I do not need that, and I can put it back here. Yes. Yes. Just in general. Oh, let's put it. Move those here. I'm gonna have to add a bunch of other callbacks, which makes it valuable to be a component instead. But the main thing is, do we want to redraw everything every time I change something about the filters? And I think the answer is no. So it should be its own component. Filters options. Containers is an example. Takes prop. Stocked. Filter options props. And I need to properties. Control EQ. Again, I should put EQ too. Need to remind me of that. So here, actually a function component. I should look at the hooks again. I've called that. Well, that's how you do it. I'm dumb. Okay, that was simple. Can't see anything with code. So then I only need it took me nice instead here har there. What? The ground is shaking. Oh no, it needs to be in HTML. Does it? Yes, because I need to return the. Yeah, it needs to be on the virtual DOM, so it needs to be in an HTML. Up. Filters options. The S feels weird. Filter options. Filters options. Filters options. Yeah. And call that. Oops. Containers. Is it supposed to be a reference? Here, our door. I don't know what I'm saying there. Bunch of CTX stuff. Toggle filter enabled, toggle filter inverted. Yeah. Enabled I. That's interesting. Enabled I equal I. Oh, right, it's just a clone. That's dumb. I really only use. That's very dumb. What? What is this? I need to move on so I get. Toggle. Oh, I'm so curious. Let's call that. Yeah, modify the state. Effect is effect is used for hooking into the component lifecycle. Yeah, that's not what I want. It's weird how they changed the name for the function component. And yeah. Looking at Twitter, at Discord, and you miss a bunch of stuff in only 2 hours. And I don't like adding a bunch of stuff in the props, but sure. Toggle filter enable. Toggle enabled. Is a call that takes probably a U size. Yeah, I is a U size. And toggle inverted is a call that takes a U size. here, Shihar probably slapped the hole. Oh, it's not a call. Wait, yes? No? Yes? No, I don't have access to call. Yes, I can do a callback. Yeah. From heart. And then props dot toggle enabled I, something like that. That emit. Then similarly another remove filter. I should add callback to all of this. Callback. Use size again. And I wonder if no, because I is copyable. I shouldn't need to do that. Just delete it and see. Add callback. Callback from discard. Callback that emit like this. And this needs an extra parentheses. We can look at how much break we have here. I probably forgot a bunch of stuff. View filters. What? Choose endpoints. Oh, right. I need basically the same thing as in timeline. Okay, I didn't do anything actually. View filter options. Here, add timeline. And then I've got the other. Yeah. And it's different for each. Toggle in toggle filter enabled or something. It can copy paste that. What copycat? MMM. There. Oh no. Let's give up. Toggle filter inverted. Here I don't need to add the extra closure. And here it's remove filter probably. And then my point is delete this. Yeah. Take that. Go and choose endpoints. Do the same thing. To the messages. Oh, actually, I Yes. Here, go in messages. Yes. Edit. Level. Filtered enable, sure. That takes a filter and a U. No, a dual. Besides, we add one. Add filter, fix a filter, and a dual. They'll go inverted. And here there's a remove filter, which takes what already? Remove filter, which yeah, the disembodied neck bothers me a bit, so let me allow me to go find this, unlock it, please. Raise it a bit. Like this, like this, like this. And the 3-2 update. Add endpoint filter. Bam. Index. Walk. Please. Please try. Fall back. Yeah, I'm writing something in choose endpoints. I don't know what that didn't work. But need one generic card. Yeah, okay, the double didn't work. Filters. No, on the opposite. Like, I needed the double. Let's just like this. Should be doable. Destructure it directly. Import timeline. Add filter. Especially timeline is pretty bad with all of the messages, but I don't really know how to like. There's stuff like the auto scroll down, and auto scroll that I can move to a separate kind of functional component, but most of it is kind of core. It's hard to split off. Like the options would be held. Well, actually, I did it on one port. The options would be held to put the separate component, because then you need like temporary. Nah, whatever. Not worth it. Message. Add filter. Control save. Wait. And yeah, definitely once I'm done with this, I'm going to eat. Since it's 7, I think the curfew's at 10. So I might be able to. Not found in this. Yeah. Technique. I don't. I need filters options. Fridge making the weirdest noises. Down my line. And actually, I probably need the filter H instance as well. filter is an enumeration for one type of filter. It's in media, animated, non-marked, etc. In the filter instance, well, yeah, the enum is used to like fetch the right compare method, whereas filter instance has the enabled and inverted state. Where was I? That's a couple of errors. Filter options, because it's not public. It's not public. Oh, yeah, yeah. Because I never named it. Choose view. Did I not paste it? View filters, self. Oh, right. Where am I? Paste. View filters. It's a self method. Choose endpoint CTX is not found. Oh, right. Probably need to pass that. Here we go. CTX. Context. Rust is kind of nice because I can just, like, once I decided that the code should make sense, I can just let it compile, let it show me what's wrong with it. I fix it. It's usually a type, like incompatibility. Like, I'm just missing a parameter here. Fix that, Control save, and I know that once it compiles, it does what I want. Like, once it compiles, it won't really have any errors. Elm is that, but on steroids, where it doesn't not have it doesn't not really have any errors. It doesn't have errors. It will not. It cannot crash. But also the language has its limit. So where am I? Filters. 195. Self does not work. Makes sense. So I probably need to pass some filter. That makes sense. Filters. Filters is, I'm going to fetch that from timeline. Can hide this. Filters is a vec of sys instance sys. I probably don't want to copy them, but putting reference might. Yeah, no, actually, it's all copy. It all derives out of copy, so it's super cheap to clone. The vector itself is the heaviest part. So we should just clone away. Start with this. Oh, yeah. Use that. Filters. Here, let's start an empty vec. Filters. Self.filters. That clone. Yeah. That is. We need to clone the vector. Not found in this code. Yeah, props. Do I use props normally? Yes, just at this part. That's in 227. I am dumb. And I saved while it was compiling, so it will not recompile. It's an annoying quirk of it. What? There's another one? Yes, there's another one. That's the whole point. Filter not found in the scope. It died not? Interesting. Choose an endpoint options. Where are here? Remove that. That's probably the comma. Is there some code left? Yes. Delete this. Delete this. Let's take a moment to compile every time. That's a Rust thing in general. It's not that fast. Yeah, come on. It's probably gonna be a bunch of sending messages the whole way through. So let's start with false. I think of it, I think Demon Slayer came out today. Might be on Sundays. Look forward to it. Private field, yeah. Not sure if it's a good smoothly or a bad thing that there's a bunch of errors I should have predicted. What's important is the result, and it's going smoothly, so. Expected, yeah, I did not do the double. We're getting close to the end of the type checking. Soon will be it will tell me that I can't do the enabled, I can't get rid of enabled _I. Yeah, all of the move stuff. So we're going smoothly. And exactly 2, 1, 3. May outlive borrowed value I, but this can't. But why? I guess if I put move, it'll copy it. Since I haven't, it refuses to copy the value. It insists on taking it borrowed cheap. I think I'm going to eat, but my point was, should I come back to stream later? Probably. 7 is way early. Actually, since we're Saturday, I might as well do a nice all-nighter. Nothing stops me from that. Props has anonymous lifetime. Yeah. I need to clone the callback. This is not a once, so I can't just fetch a reference and pull it out. So I need to create those callbacks in advance. Let just this one. Let this equal call back. Well, I can no call back from or no. Yeah, actually, and basically for each callback, to remove this. Ah, fair. Oh, this one is inverted. Yes, that's the point. Cannot move out a captured variable in a FN mute. That's a lie. I mean, it's not a lie, but like, that should not, does not implement copy. That makes sense. Of course. That's what I was talking about with the I. So I have this variable here, which I cloned, which I own. I need to clone one per for loop. Okay. Yeah. That's in another for loop. Yeah, basically. Is that still, or is that the same? Two should be good. So occurs use of moved version. Okay. Where is that? 2020. Oh, I just copy paste. Yeah, I just copy pasted it. Yeah. Yeah. And here it's remove comment. This is fun actually. I was wondering if the like streaming code would work well. Well, I could see myself doing that a lot. And like, man, I'm going through a task that I would normally be procrastinating on. The other question if it's bearable to watch. But at the same time, if it makes me productive, even if it's unbearable to watch, then that still works. Add callback needs a tuple move occurs. Captured outer cannot be captured in an. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Yeah, I have one callback per element of the drop down. Makes sense. So that thing. That here. Clone it here and let it move into it. And then I do exactly the same. Check this. Ah, forgot something. Here, here, here. The same thing here. It's on 240. I'm blind currently. It's on the map. Inverted. 243. Oh, it's not there. So that's saved prematurely. What can I add? You really need to rebuild otherwise. It's kind of I can't spot them. Probably stitch. Oh, actually, it's into. Okay, even if the chat overlaps a bit, it's not the end of the world. I'm surprised. I actually did not know the chat was transparent. Hey, success! It builds. Nice. I should go confirm that it still works. Yeah. Refresh that. Brace yourself for spicy tweaks. And then switch before it's too late. And that's main timeline. Right? The filters are shown. That's what we modified. This is not an add-on, which is weird because that should have been the case to begin with. I'm just gonna add a to-do. Blah blah blah. Can I add a to-do? Just like not sure, since I'm basically in HTML format. Yeah, I think yes, since it's kind of parsing, the macro is parsing line by line, so it should skip the component. Don't know why the eyes flinched. Blah blah blah. Use add. No, has add-ons. I think CSS basically. My point was, now if I add a new filter, which is, for example, I want only animated stuff. It still works. And then if I yeah, it works. That's enough proof for me. And here it doesn't break because that's not what I'm change endpoints. Here it doesn't break. Wow, did I sigh so hard that the stream went to 46 frames per second? It was really synced with like me stretching. Anyway. This test does. Endpoint type, service, params. I think it filter instance. Did I? Yeah, I imported it. Then I can look where I create a new endpoint form. Some endpoint form. That's in timeline agent response. Add user timeline by default. That was a weird song. Filters should be empty. But that's in like this section is when again I'm showing code but it's blocked the whole way. If I click on a name, it pops up the dialog to create a new timeline with tweets from that user, and that's useful. And for example, if I could add, and I'm going to add a to do for that. Here, yes. To do default user timeline filters in options, which means that if I soshalthing doesn't have options currently, but I could add options to, for example, have the default filters for when you add a new user timeline, which means that, for example, you want to click on a user and just look at his media drawings, you can like have the filter only like only tweets with media already in the form. So that would be useful, and that's something I want to. So I was looking through endpoint form, create new endpoint form, then filters, yeah, make new Twitter, get diff or something like abstract default service, because technically Twitter should be optional, but it's kind of baked. Not, I think that might be the last part where it's hard-coded, but yeah, it's by default soshalthing should have Twitter, but I plan on making it so you can compile without any Twitter related code. I just don't have that use case yet. But every other services is optional. Well, kind of. Basically, you can import the create soshalthing and add your own services, and those, of course, are optionals. And that part works. It's just Pixiv, Twitter, and YouTube are baked in it. I would probably add them as features and then put an example to make it dummy one, and yeah. So this works, this is there, it should compile, toggle, it should basically be the same code as in timeline. Toggle enabled, toggle enabled. Fair enough. Redraw? Yes. So we're modifying the form. Endpoint form self. Self.endpoint. Suppose I should turn if let here. Some form equals self. there. Here and else. Add a warning. Let's add a warning. Form and point. Form is none. Just do that. Actually, no. If I'm going to do that, then I can unwrap. Self endpoint form unwrap filters get mute. Yeah, I think that's good. It will probably ask me to do an as ref go. Get mute, blah, filter index. I don't know why. Yeah, that's more hard. Blah 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 blah. Filter enable toggle. Yeah. Copy paste that. Here. I should at least sort them. I don't know by what though. Yeah, if I'm going to sort them, then probably all of the filter stuff. Move filter stuff to separate file. And filter stuff I could probably put in a separate file, timeline wise. Yeah. And then a filter is something. Gonna save. Not this one. Actually, I should check. Technically, there's my user ID, but otherwise, that's pretty safe. And the user ID is public, like, is the Twitter user ID. It's public, but it's kind of, you need to use the Twitter API to get it, but it's not hidden. You can probably fetch it from the HTML in general, from the page source. Choose endpoints, 258. What is it? Cannot borrow as mutable. Makes sense. I think there's an as mute. Oh, will it compile? I mean, I'm not using the filters anyway. Oh my god. Let's compile. I wasn't expecting it to be that smooth. Yes. I want to see when endpoint form is used, because I want to see when I send it. If some endpoint form, yeah, that's our, that's a bingo. Constructor, yes, that clone, refresh time, callback, if both, yes. Right, makes sense. Add timeline endpoint, both, that's when ID. No, okay, no, never mind. Yeah, that's a callback. Basically, I ask the endpoint agent, which is, like, when I say agent, it's basically a singleton, a service singleton thing. When I ask the endpoint agent to create an endpoint, no, I do that. I ask it to create an endpoint, and I pass it a callback, which The endpoint agent creates the endpoint, generates a new ID, sends that ID to the callback, and the callback gives the ID to the timeline. Yeah. So parameters, and yeah, that's the add endpoint, and you give it a box callback to the limit. That, yeah, and then it adds the timeline and then creates the endpoint. Right, because only the endpoint agent knows about the ID. It's kind of convoluted for no reason. But my point is I want to add the filters to this. Params is cloned, endpoint, form. And if we're going to put it to none here, and there's no condition, there's no fail state, you shouldn't be able to create an endpoint if it's not available. Technically, like I'm fail proof in this, but that should not be important, that should not be necessary. So I kind of don't need to do that, but I kind of want to try extracting it directly rather than cloning it all. Mute? Why mute? That's odd. std mem take? Yes, take. Oh, and mutable reference. That makes sense. I don't know why it wasn't that in the first place. And then form that service. Go to F. Service, endpoint type. Normally the suggestions would just, or I would have a alt enter way to just fill it off, but not on stream. Params. Move back. Where was I? Create endpoint. Why did it collapse? And filters. And we're already sending it here, but here, controller, constructor callback. That means that in endpoint agent, I have an endpoint constructor. And choose endpoint that was constructed that callback to that checks out callback, which takes the ID, the params, and now filter instance, which is included. To that's in the individual services, and probably in mud here. Just that, I really would like to put that in a macro. It's pretty bad code. Filters. Wait, no. No. The filter should go with the timeline. I can copy that. The endpoint has no need for zoomed enough. Yeah. This needs to receive the filters, and this takes the filters here, which puts them there and blah blah blah. So one, okay, that's convoluted, which means slap. But then again, like, I don't know because I cleaned the endpoint form after that, so I need to transfer it here. Yeah. Remove? Remove. Don't care about the view. Not doing this anymore. What? Oh, okay. It's so not checking the... Okay, that's where the power save mode like really shines, or does the opposite of shining, like it doesn't realize I can collapse this. Yeah. Filter. Add endpoint filters. And we were here. Got that. Here. And then here we pass the filters. And then endpoint. That's where we call timeline endpoints upgrade. Right. And then I don't need the new because the whole point of the new was to create the filters by default. So I should just a moment. Some people talking at the door. Yeah, it really do be just people chatting in the corridor. Like the whole apartment is really soundproof except, well, no, from one apartment to the other, I could blow up a nuke and nobody would hear, but in the corridor we can. It's pretty. It's not as soundproof, and that's normal. You don't want to hear people screaming for help or something. Trust and filters. Yeah, the mic works. True. Pause. Move this. No save. Takes 2 arguments. Expected closure that takes 1 argument. Huh, that's fair. 204. God damn, let's slap it in the top as usual. And that's because the messages are okay, but the callback is not. Oh, yeah, because I stored that. Oh, come on. Yeah. Supplied 3. Expected 2. Constructor callback. Oh, I forgot to remove this. expected 3. Supplied 2. That we're not at the same part. 30314. Nice special. What kind of code is this? 16. Ah, right. ID clone. And for now, if I go change endpoints, this is so bad. I can choose an existing endpoint or to create a new one, and I should, like, when I create a new one, now you have this. Okay, this is pretty bad too. My eyes hurt. You can add new filters. That's not working yet because I'm literally... No, that should work. I'm probably not redrawing. Does it really not? Oh. But I should be able to add the filters to the existing endpoint. No. Yes? No. Because I should add the existing endpoint and then add filters to it. That's simpler. But in terms of what I have to do right now is just pass an empty vector. I should add some to-dos. And I shall that. I'm not using both. It's interesting. Yes, indeed. I'm not using it in both. Filters. Push. I mean, I guess we could debug why the filters aren't showing up. But yeah, now you add the existing filter. Yeah. Now, when you create filters, you can add filters to them. When you create endpoints, you can add filters to them. It works on timeline. Now, yeah, the only thing that's left is being able to modify the filters per endpoint. Yeah. The UX on this will be abysmal, but that can be a task for another day. Because here, view endpoint, not because, but here, button, remove. Yeah, so that's where I want to plot. Here, view filter. Should rename this to view form filters. Whereas this I guess pointless at this size, but your existing filters. Where does refresh time get here? Remove timeline endpoint. Ah, because it's refresh time agnostic. But that's only to remove. It shouldn't care about, yeah, the endpoint, the refresh. Just yeah, this whole UI, like, since I changed the lately, before that you had an array for the onStart events and the onStart endpoints, and an array for a vector for the onRefresh endpoints. So it made sense to have two separate like drop down list UIs. But now that they're now that I store a boolean for each per endpoint, this oh, you don't even see my cursor. This format is kind of garbage, which means I'm going to draw the filters twice, which is a whole to-do that I'm not to-do stop, hide the page, like list or like merge, start and on list. Let's call it that. Actually, yeah, in here. Yeah. So for now, let's do it the Garbo way. Self that yeah, I'm definitely going to come back streaming after eating. I'll probably play some PS5. Yeah. I still need to go through Astro Boy thing. But though the first part is not on stream. Endpoint ID. Now we need to call back for everything else. Wow. Name that to I kind of envy people with really good face rigs, I guess. Do I make a separate message for the form and the existing endpoints? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Toggle form. Actually, I can just. I'll G my word. What? No, that was a bad move. Bad. Remove form filter and then remove add form filter. Then allow me to copy paste that. Merge them later on, if that makes sense. But for now, it's not. Huh. Why is this a tuple? Because why is because I need to pass it to the this does not need to be a tuple. Ha la la la. So bad. The callback, okay. Technically, it's kind of awkward if it's not like I repeat myself here. I don't know what's the best, like, deconstruct the tuple. What's the most like expensive, deconstruct the tuple or pass it along? It's gonna get deconstructed. Destructured? I forgot. It's gonna get destructured on the end point anyway. I suppose here it makes more sense. It's kind of weird to have some weird message that takes a tuple, I suppose. Modifying this code, but it's not supposed. I think I'm going to use. Well, yes. Here, ha, ho. Makes sense. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, especially here that makes sense because I'm going to nudge something else here instead of just passing along the tuple. So, blah, message. Attack. No. Let's slap endpoint ID at the start. Or not the ID, but the endpoint ID. Scarlet Forest is such a good song. Yeah, then we just pass that. This whole method is kind of useless. But I guess it's better to split code in general. Endpoint ID in kablam. Endpoint ID kablam. See what that gets us. If it works, it should complain that I did not put the boolean. Oh no, I did. It should complain that it should not. Yes, indeed, I need to move. And since endpoint ID is basically, I think, a U16, maybe a U32, it did so safe. And it compiles. this part. Yeah, I don't have code for that. What do we do with existing? Add endpoint, timeline endpoint, upgrade it, borrow mute. Yeah, I need to get the RC and then borrow mute from it. I think. Borrow mute. Oh, that. Nah. Okay, upgrade. You get the RC, and then through the dereference version, like through the dereference under the RC, there's a ref cell probably, and that's what we borrow mute. Yeah. Wondering if I could combine those two lines that I need to have timeline endpoints here for it to borrow. Otherwise, I lose the temporary value. So here, borrow mute, and that should have filters on it. Timeline endpoints should be a vector of endpoints. So borrow index filter. This time it makes sense to put the filter index. Yeah. Here, endpoint ID. Is it an endpoint ID? What's in the... No, it's a vector. What was I expecting? What's being done here? View endpoint. Yes. Self endpoint views get. So I do need the index. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of weird to put it at the end, but I'm going to put it at the end. I that enumerate index view size, and that's what I want to put here. View size. Yeah, okay. Filter index. Then replace this by index. This point timeline index. Timeline index, endpoint index, endpoint index. Bam, 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 bam. Up. Here, that's all some view size. Here, that's all endpoint index. Take care. This should have filters, which we fetch here filter index, and that has enabled that we're going, but it would be kind of a pain to fetch twice. So let filter equal mute reference, slap the mutable on here. Go for some actually right now. Yeah, I could. Especially if it's before 10, but at the same time I could not spend the money. going to paste block and filters. Here, about a bunch of like mutable not set here, but nah. Here, boom. Hey. Subway or no subway? I guess I legit today went and set my budget, and that's exactly what I can. But I'll so it's kind of, I don't know, budget early, but that's exactly why I should be looking at it. I apparently, well, yes, I have like a lot of money left to spend. But the point is to save it for future, so I guess my budget is pretty garbage because I did not budget how much I want to spend, so technically I could blow like a lot of money this month and still be in the positive for the month, but that's not the point because I want to save a lot for the rent. Tangent. Learning how to budget. What? Some Discord mentions. Nothing important, I think. Why 2? Why 2? Why 2? Maybe there was a paste and delete then paste. Post and delete then post. Can I put this as mark on red? Huh. Mark as red. You can't. Nice. You can mark a message as unread. Anyway. It compiles. I'm surprised. Okay. What? Does it? It's a bunch of mutable, like, weird stuff. Oh my god, okay. Alright. So, wow, anyway, it didn't work earlier, so I have to do that part. I wasn't... Okay, I'm surprised. So, move here. Nice. Normally, this would also refresh at start. I have a problem currently where the proxy server, I think, hangs when I ask too many requests, like, on the same frame. It's not on the same frame, it's from a loop, for loop. Well, yeah, that's what same frame means. Is anyway, but yeah, it hangs, and the request, the thing I use to make requests doesn't support timeouts in WebAssembly, so yeah, that's a big task. So you have a refresh here, and there's no filters on it, but do I use filters? Yeah, though. I should just look at the actual storage there rather than, yeah. Application. Local storage. I hope there's nothing weird now. It's okay. Hue, timelines. Beginning in that. There, star, here, endpoint, no filters, endpoints, no filters, endpoints, filters. That's on the OneDraw because I'm not filtering no. So here, change endpoint, we see nothing. Hey, because I remember, yeah. And I explicitly said I would. I don't know if I explicitly said, but I made the explicit move of procrastinating on it. So my point is, choose endpoints here. Yeah, that's the problem. A self that endpoint forms. I need to copy to clone it every time. That fell on wrap. I guess if this is called, then endpoint form should exist. That filters that clone. And then here, self dot, what were we touching earlier? CTX pops. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's pretty. It's not that expensive to upgrade. It just feels expensive. CTX pop upgrade unwrap. We have the timeline here. Borrow dot filters dot clone. That's the map. CTX is here. Yeah, of course. Unknown field on ref. Index. How about that? Pam 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 pam. That makes sense. Does it? Yes. That's it, because this we borrow it directly, so we have a new owned value. Then we borrow that which is a ref already. That's uncalled for. I did not resolve my question of whether or not I could take subway. I did. I guess today was a productive day. Did a bunch of tasks. I emptied the to-do list. I finished my homeworks. But yesterday did I eat pizza yet? Yes, I did eat pizza yesterday. That was a big deal. But at the same time, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm not showing them. Filters. They're here. I can toggle them. We won't see much result, but if it wouldn't work, it would scream of pain, and it does not. So that's probably good. And I guess I want to here, for example, put that as the main timeline. Change endpoint. Existing, new import. It needs to, for example, have an animated, and let's say I wanted to add a new endpoint, and it was the game dev list or something. I hope it's called game dev. It has to. And then I added a new animated to it, and then I were to true, right? And then I have 2 endpoints, and this should not be stacked this way, but this works. I guess I should put a block all over it. That would be an easy fix. It should actually be a form. But anyway, this I added 2 animated filters to it, and then if I press refresh, it gives me a bunch of game dev stuff as well as nothing else because game dev is ready to updated. And then if I refresh down, it doesn't it? Does it? Should it? Nah, I should see non-game dev stuff. Is there non-game dev? Yeah, there is. Just it's weird how they're sorted. Quite weird. I feel like that's not okay. Like their repost here should not be here. Let me sort display that in rows. Ma'am, why are these first? Because I reposted that 19 hours ago, and this is 7 hours ago. Yeah, okay. Didn't I retweet anything today? That's, I'm in Mississippi, that's the main one. I didn't retweet stuff this morning. Yes, this is 5 hours ago. Should be first. Nice, Kutaka. What is... Oh, I'm dumb. Yes, yeah, The whole point of this is that I'm filtering them by animated, so I don't have any retweets that are animated other than this. Makes sense. This works. And then I suppose to prove the point, let me remove that, then refresh. Then we should have new stuff here. There we go. And still I'm wondering where's... Ah, there she is. Okay. Everything works. Everything works. Everything works. Slap the block on it. Choose endpoint. Here, blah. No, it's the view endpoint. Here. Yes? Existing here, yeah. Okay, this could be a div class equal block. It's not gonna complain. Compile. But there's no if, just I think works. Feature implemented. Done. Compile the second time, just just to be sure. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the change endpoints. This is already more acceptable, like they're not stacked up. If I add existing, for example, I'm in OneDraw, like you have this, and then you have this. That's way better. This I'm going to improve later, because basically if I remove this, it still works. Yeah, I can do it right now. This is this div all the way around. There. That can go in timeline. Section article no. Sort article no. Here. Need to add a box over here. I should at least remove the horrendous dark blue on saturated blue on top of. Come on. Oh, right. Oh, right. Yeah, so this should fix the weird box on top of already something. Yeah, I think today's a productive day. I can take some Subway. Plus, I didn't really eat today, so I need some calories, I suppose. Yep, that's better. It can be a lot better, but that's better. Then I can do this. Yeah, I should tweak the redraw thing. And then we have a nice Twitter. I set it to hide tweets when I like him, so I can just move forward. I can retweet. I can attempt to retweet. That's sad. Oh no. Did it retweet? It did retweet. It should work. That's where we add in unit tests for. I don't know why it did not redraw. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that's the task I set myself for today. Yeah, let's add retweet redraw unit test. Unit test? No, at this point it's an integration test. Like, just run the app, see if it does it. Port, yeah. That, yeah, it's essentially done. Oh, that's gonna be a fun one to add. Mastodon has a nice, like Twitter doesn't have that, but on Mastodon, if someone reposted a tweet, reposted a post, it adds its icon at top right, at the bottom right of the reposted post's author, so it's a lot easier to see, like, this person retweeted like 3 posts instead of looking at their names. And I would like to have that here, and I can, it's just CSS, I can add it directly, and I can probably just copy paste the CSS from Mastodon, which is like, it's a relative and like an absolute, and yeah, a relative into, not even, yeah, no, yeah, basically the top one needs to be absolute and bottom, and put at the bottom right. That works. This also is an easy one to do. This is not doable. That doesn't exist. Mentions I can add the endpoint, but Twitter doesn't have a notification API. That's is a big deal. That's gonna be a pain. I don't even know if it's readable on stream. It's probably not. Basically doing the actually implementing the subscription fee from YouTube. Right now I can display a playlist. Actually, I kind of want to test this. What kind of playlist could I put? Not a personal one. But have public playlist. We'll see. Kind of want to see if it still works. Here, new timeline. Start. Not an existing endpoint, but a new one. Here I have YouTube listed. ID. Slap. No filters. Great. I should do it for both. Playlist. Oh, I need to rename. Okay. That's really important. But mod? No, endpoints. Here. Actually, yeah. Can I do it on the spot? I don't have the information on the name, so I can just slap format. I should store those strings if they're static. To do store string in endpoint. Self.id. Does it have an? It has an. No, that's not the ID. And this is a string, so it needs to be reference. Should work fine. I'm not good at refresh. That's not the point. I just want to see if it compiles. Up, 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 up. Yeah, should be humming the actual song, so that's still work. Now I've got this playlist. This kind of garbage that it on the timeline, but that's not important. So it's on both stuff. It's on both refresh times. Add. And I can't refresh right now because I'm not logged in on YouTube. So press here. Here. Should have been more, but turns out everything was good. And yeah, now that I logged in, the addition to the timelines are not persisted. So let's add it again. Ba-bum. Har. No filters. Great for both this time. Literally the one I just compiled works. Like you see the ID now. And it breaks. Nice. Unreachable. Of course, it's an unwrap. Missing standard field. Standard is the thumbnail. Can you have a video without thumbnail? I suppose you can have a video without the... That's interesting. I can legit fix that right now. But I should... That's... Oh, yeah, need to delete that. That's the YouTube one, so that's one I don't want to commit. Modify endpoint filters. Please? Oh, commit. edit playlist ID 2 endpoint name. Yeah. What was the third thing? Yeah, thumbnail. YouTube mod, I suppose. No, YouTube article. Here, thumbnail. Only one or all of those are not. Well, it should at least have default then. Nice. Actually, I can test that too. Can I? I can't test that on the spot since it had an exception in Panic. But once I fix it, I can test it. I think there's a search too. Do you have one here? No. Search default? Yeah. I do it all the time. Search default. Kablam. Thumbnails. That. That's fine. That's standard. That. Okay. Blah blah blah. Let. Here. Let thumbnail equal this or default that unwrap or thumbnail should do, or else in the thumbnail you have height width. Height width. That's the only place we use them. No, I should not unwrap. Unrail dot map dot URL unwrap or it is a string. I'm doing all that when we can't see anything. That unwrap or valid ratio that 1 or something like that. And here I can do that. Makes sense. Does it? This should be as ref, but this happens after it, and it should come to me. I don't intend keeping thumbnail here. I don't expect that to work though. t.url move. Right, makes sense. That makes sense. Technically, I could take it. Don't know how I would determine if it's a good idea to take it or not, because we still down to this mem take t.url. Yeah, I really don't know if it's like when it's an option or something, like you take the option and you leave none, which just frees memory in general instead of cloning it. But if it's a string, I suppose like you could have a really big string and you don't want to clone that really big string, so you take it. But if for like just a small URL or something, yeah, I suppose string is basically like an array of characters somewhere, like it's chain of pointers, so being able to get rid of that chain of pointers of memory addresses would free up some space especially rather than cloning it. Yeah. But also I'll leave it as a to-do. What was I doing? I was adding a new endpoint. A new timeline with YouTube stuff. New endpoint. YouTube. ID. Probably don't have it on clipboard anymore. Which I shouldn't do that more. Technically I can do Windows C? No. Windows. Oh. Windows C Cortana. What's it? Windows V? Yes. And then I have access to the thing. Oh, and I'm not showing here. Paste the ID, create for both, add, cross your arms, cross your fingers, and it works already. I have a playlist of YouTube videos of Scruffy's Animal Crossing covers, and weirdly, yeah, this one doesn't have a standard thumbnail, but this one does, and most of them, like half of them does. That's weird. I'm curious. Log JSON data. Yeah, snippet, thumbnail. This one has them all, but what about this one? JSON data. Snippet, thumbnail. This one only has default, high, medium. That's interesting. And default is super small compared to high and medium, so I still want to take them out. What order should I look for? Default, high, max res, medium, standard. Max res, I should be standard, high, medium, max res, default. Default is very garbage. But medium is pretty small too. So standard, high, standard, max res, high, default, high, medium, default. YouTube article on blah 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 blah. here, can I just do a still not show? I have a plugin on OBS to hide a window if it. I should use like high, medium, and default. Blah blah. Expected. So what am I doing? Or I'm just stacking. Yeah, I'm daisy chaining some ores. Okay, so so let's do that. Daisy chaining? Daisy chaining is a cable thing. I don't think I can say that about code. That's much better. Expected up because I did not put the options. Bam. 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 Let's go. Technically, now let's go here, and I copy the. Nah, we here. If I refresh, then I go here, then I add one new endpoint, YouTube. Here I do Windows V. This does it show? No, it doesn't. Great for both. Add a new timeline, bunch of YouTube videos. If I main timeline should be big now. I can get. It takes a moment to update when I do that. It's weird. It should. It should. Oh, it's dying. Wait. Yeah, I suppose it's that might be a U problem actually, the framework problem, since it might not detect the. Go on. Nah, even then, I don't know. So basically, we see a bunch of stuff, and they're pretty high definition in general, and that's good. I don't have a takeaway. Like, it's hard to, like, some of them are standard, some of them are double the resolution, so they're from it being max res and all. But you have max res on pretty much everything. Like, it's a big max res in general is a bit big for no reason. Like if you zoom, no, I suppose this one is standard, but I have no idea how to tell which one are which actually. So never mind. Plus I still don't know why YouTube does the black bars. That's in the actual image. Yeah, and if I go in gallery, you see that the actual image has black bars. And then if I do external link, I have an external link. It's nice. Fixed optional thumbnail sizes. Yeah. with that I really need to go fetch some food. So I shall do that and probably come back. How do I exit already? That's weird. Lagged for no reason, that's some, like just now.